Welcome. About the course, an overview. Let me introduce myself as your English teacher. I am an engineer with management degree. There was no need to speak in English till I passed my engineering. But when I joined my first job, I had difficulty to speak in English. People made fun of my ability to speak fluently. I knew grammatic English very well, but the practice was missing. Gradually, I learned to speak confidently and even became a good marketing person. Later, I even shared my experience in a premier management institution as a visiting professor. Recently, I created video tutorial courses of total length more than 30 hours in Udemy with my own professional audio. These tutorials are for qualifying for jobs in bank and finance fields in Canada. The courses have images and animations to make the sessions simple and easy to learn. There are students for these courses from different countries. I will now tell you why and how I have created this course. I have come across two types of people that need to learn good English. One, whatever is our mother tongue, we all use many English words every day. But most of you are not able to speak correct English confidently. It is because you think that you do not know how to form correct sentences. I have known many people who went through spoken English courses, but most of them did not achieve the purpose of learning to talk fluently. If you want to speak good English and write letters and documents for business, what you essentially need is to learn how to make correct sentences just with the words you already know and some more words from this course. If you want to learn reading and writing good English as well as to speak confidently, this course is for you. 2. As a freelancer, I have come across many people living in USA, UK, Europe and more that speak English in day-to-day life. But they have asked me to write letters for visa, admissions, fundraisings, appeals, SOPs and more. They knew what to write, but they did not know how to write in good and correct English professionally. Some of them even asked me to help on how to answer in interviews with possible questions and good answers. I have all 5-star reviews for the jobs I did for them. Such people also will find this course useful. I decided to make this course to help both types of people and others to manage their living comfortably with knowledge of basic English to read, write and speak well. The speciality of this tutorial is that it is only in English. Please do not think that your teacher should teach English in your mother tongue. When you go through this course, you will like my approach to teach in English. There are 2 billion words in English, but top 2500 of most used words are enough for any business. Do you also know that it is enough to just know the most used 1000 words to speak correct and good English confidently? Design and course structure. The important things about this course are: 1. You learn only top 1000 words that we commonly use. You may know more words incidentally because these are good enough for usual reading, writing, and talking. I am only covering basic grammar and not all the English grammar because this will be good enough for you to start the practice. 3. You will learn to pronounce the words correctly. 4. Most importantly, you will learn to make correct sentences. 5. I have also included sessions on writing business letters, proposals, and presentations. These sessions will help you independently manage your routine requirements. I designed this course to make it easy to learn. I also wanted to make it good for quick learning. Do you believe you can complete this course within 1 month? But you should be serious and follow the course and the instructions for exercises and practice. Please understand that you cannot learn swimming in a classroom. You must practice what you learn in every session. There are tips on how to make use of your learning. The course is basic and it is good enough for everyday interactions and for using in business. We will go through 25 sessions and each session is for less than half an hour. The course structure includes the following essential topics: English grammar course contents, meanings and examples, and how to use 1000 essential words to practice good English, forming sentences in simple present tense, past tense, and future tense, adding more words to sentences to improve the learning and the effectiveness of sentences, the auxiliary verbs that go with the main verb, joining sentences, writing negative sentences, making questions and answering, continuous perfect continuous sentences of present, past, and future tenses. Make passive voice sentences and understanding their extensive use in real life. Direct and indirect speech sentences. Business English. Formal business letters and communications, presentations, proposals, writing impressive CV and cover letters. If you want to learn yourself, this course is for you. I made it easy. It will help you learn quickly. You will like every session because there are no textbooks. The session notes are good enough. If you want to learn directly from me, we must talk. We can do on WhatsApp or Skype. Learning method. You will study every session going through the video yourself. View the video again and again till you understand the contents of a session and then take the next session. Then complete a simple exercise at the end of each session. Practice. The learning will be complete only when you practice. Whatever you learned, use them when you talk with friends and anyone at home or work or anywhere. You make your timetable for learning yourself. You learn at your own convenience and pace. For every session of maximum half an hour, please spend up to 1 hour to study the video tutorial. If you wish, you may do as many times as you like. Please do the exercise at the end of your studying the video tutorial. You should have someone from home or anywhere else to verify your answers. If you wish, I can verify if you send by email. After your answers are checked and corrected, you are only ready to practice what you learned. Start the practice at home, in workplace, and wherever you are until you are satisfied, and then only take the next session. There are 25 sessions. Please remember, you are only learning essential words and the grammar for your normal read, write, and speak to practice. So, this course is not a full English course like what people learn in graduation after many years of education in school and college. You must learn the basic course in 25 sessions. You can see the sessions wise contents in the chart given. If you do one session every day, you can complete in 25 days. But you will take more time because you may take a break in between for whatever reason. So you may take more than a month depending on your convenience. But please make sure that you are thorough learning each session and practice before moving from one session to the next one. It is recommended that you do one session every day and follow the sequence. The most important thing is you must learn seriously and sincerely. If you wish to be conversant with English all by yourself through these tutorials.
Initially, I found it a lot difficult to clear most of the interviews. I was very good in my conceptual knowledge. I understood that there was something wrong in the kind of answers that I gave in my interviews. I took my preparation to another level by reading books on how to clear interviews and looking at videos of eminent personalities, but I still could not succeed. It was then that I came across videos on how to handle interviews effectively, and he gives a step-by-step technique, a flow chart about how to handle interviews and how to give the most effective answers to questions that are most difficult and challenging. Most of all, it's all about understanding what's in the mind of the interviewer. I did manage to create a big impression and was able to create interviews in a series one after the other. I was able to clear all of them, which I think is definitely a must for somebody who wants to clear interviews at any levels, leadership, or even at the entry level.
Best wishes for a happy learning. Session 1 of Learning English Online. Words and sentences, simple present tense. In every session, I make your learning easy and simple. You should first learn the words and then how to make the sentences using the words. There are 2 billion words in English, but top 2500 of most used words are enough for any business. Do you also know that it is enough to just know the most used 1000 words to speak correct and good English confidently? We start learning the top 1000 words used most. Please be aware that you know most of them. You will learn 100 words in every session. A word may be a verb or other type. A verb may be main verb with meaning or an auxiliary verb. Auxiliary verb must have another word to make it meaningful. Let us start with first 100 words in this session. Words in red color are verbs. You will also learn how to pronounce these words. As I read each word, you will know the meaning of each word. You are seeing the first 25 words now. I will talk about every word or give an example and how it is used. The first word is the most commonly used word. It does not have any meaning, but it is always used before another word used for a specific person or a specific thing. Examples are the teacher, the book, the team. Saying I talk to the teacher sounds better than I talk to teacher. The other real examples are the Times of India, the Hindu, etc. When you see a movie, finally it finishes with a title, the end, not just end. Whatever is our mother tongue, we all use English words every day. And so I do not need to explain the meaning of each word, but I will give example or how to use the word. If any word is not a commonly used word, then I will tell you the meaning also. This will help you to understand the words. You will also learn how to pronounce the word as I go through the words. Let's move on to see every word. Of, example is son of Mr. Peter Paul. And example, food and drink. A, it is used to specify one item. Example, a boy. In, example, in a class. Is, this is the first verb. Example, the girl is pretty. You, it is just you. You are a student. For, example, for a cup of tea. That points at an item that is not near. Or, example, tea or coffee. It, just like we use he for a person, it is used for any item like a book. As this is used to compare, it is also used to tell when something happens because of some reason. For example, as he is good, the teacher likes him. B, this is a verb but not a made verb. We will learn more about it later. The meaning is like is. Example, he will be good. Your, example, your sister. With, example, I go with my brother. Can is used with a verb. Example, you can learn. Have, this is a main verb. Example, I have a car. This is also used as an auxiliary verb along with a main verb in perfect tense. We will learn more about it in detail later. This denotes an item near you. This juice is good. And this is same as a used to specify one item, but you must use an instead of a if the item name starts with a, e, I, o, u. Examples, an apple, an elephant, an orange, An umbrella. You cannot say a apple, a elephant, a orange, a umbrella. By denotes who did. Examples: a book by the professor, not tells something negative. Example: the mango is not good, but tells what is not. Example: mango is sweet but not good. We will now learn some more words. At specifies where. Example: the man is at the same place. From denotes a source. Student from London is an example. I, it is me. I am your teacher. They are my students is an example. More. Example: I want more students. Will is an auxiliary verb used for future sentences along with a main verb. Example: you will do. If. Example: if you learn good English, you will speak correctly. Some. Example: some mangoes are not ripe. There, a place that is not near. Example: the school is 5 kilometers from here, but I will go there every day. What? Example: what is the lunch menu today? About. The book is about the story of a successful sportsman. Which? Example: which is the best book to learn English? When? When will I learn English? Another example: when I eat bread, I drink water. One. Example: one girl talks with your brother in church. Their interest is in English learning. All children play. Also, elders also play games. How? How to learn English online? Many children return home after school. Do, it is a verb. Example: I do homework every day. Has, this is like have, but use only with he, she, it, or a single person. This is a main example. She has a car. This is also used as an auxiliary verb along with a main verb in perfect tense. We learn more about it in detail later. Most. Example: most people in city go to the beach in the evening. People denotes human beings. People visit temples sometimes. Time. The time now is 9 a.m. it is a good time for breakfast. So, example, I like English, so I learn English now. Was is a verb for the past. I was in a college yesterday. We, example, we study online. These, example, these grapes are not sweet. May is another auxiliary verb used with a main verb. Example, I may come, you may not come. Like is a main verb. Example, I like chocolates. Use is a main verb. I use school bus. Into, example, we go into the streets. Then, example, she is taller than you. Up, example, I climb up the tree. Out, example, I come out of the college. Who, example, who is the chief minister? Them, example, I teach them also English. Make, example, you make food for him. Because, example, you make food for him because he is hungry. Such, example, my cakes taste such as sweets. Through, example, you go through the tunnel. Get, it is a main verb. Example, I get food from the restaurant. Work is a main verb. Example, they work hard every day. Even, example, even I am hungry. Different, example, you have a different personality than your brother. Its, example, the table is big because its length and breadth are more. No, example, do you like bread? No, I do not like. Our, example, our house is big. New, example, our house is new. Shall we start learning another 25 words from 76 to 100? Film, example, I will see a film tomorrow. Just, example, I have just a dozen of apples. Only, example, you only want 5 apples. See, example, you see the drama today. Used, this is the main verb in past tense. Example, I used your car yesterday. Good, example, he is good. Water, example, I drink lot of water. Been is an auxiliary verb used in perfect tense along with main verb. We'll learn about it in detail later. Example, I have been driving for 10 years. Need, main verb. Example, I need a pen. Should, is an auxiliary verb used like must along with main verb. We'll learn about it in detail later. Example, you should learn English. Very example, he is very good. Any example, I like any fruit. History example, history is a subject. Often, it means frequently. Example, I often eat pizzas. Way example, you may go in your way. Art example, this is a good art. Know is a main verb. Example, I know English well. Where is an auxiliary verb in past tense. Example, they were in college last week. Then example, I go to office, then I start my work. My example, I start my work every day in the morning. First example, you may go to the temple first in the morning. Would, this is another auxiliary verb. Example, he would read the book. Money example, we pay money for parking the car in the mall. Each example, each student gets a pen. Sentences, we make sentences using the words. A sentence must have minimum 2 words. Every sentence must have a verb. Example, I read, you write, we study. The verb makes a sentence for the present, for the past, and for the future. The set of rules of making a correct sentence is grammar. So, all our learning will be how to make sentences. We will now learn making sentences with main verb in present tense. Before we start, there are 3 types of noun. We also call the noun as a naming word. The noun can be first person. First person means it is I for one person, or we for many persons. Second person is you. You is a noun used for one person, and it is the same word used for many. Third person, a single third person can be he, she, it, or a name. Third person, if they are in many, it is they or a group. Now we will see how the sentences are made. I go, we go, you go. You go is same for one person or many persons in front of you. Third person, it can be he, she, it, or a name of a person. Goes. You find here, instead of saying go, we are saying goes. This is a grammar. For a third person singular, like he, she, it, or for any single person, the verb has to end with s. So, go has become goes. This is an important part of the grammar that the student must remember. Anytime when you write any English sentence in present tense for a third person, he, she, it, or a single person, the verb must have s ending with the word verb. Third person many can be they or a group. For them, there is no change in the verb. They go or a group go. Now, we will learn to make sentences using auxiliary verb in present tense. Auxiliary verb is used along with another word, and then only it makes the sentence meaningful. Also, you must learn that auxiliary verbs are different for different nouns. You must know this part of the grammar thoroughly. Let us see examples. Let us now see the sentences. I am good. We are fair. You are quick. He is small. She is small. It is small. A single person is small. They are fine. Or a group of people are fine. Please remember that you must use only the auxiliary verbs as shown above. Summary of the learning from session 1. You are introduced to top 100 words most used. You also now know that you can make sentences with just 2 words. The first word is a noun and the second is a verb. Verb is the hero of every sentence. Verb makes the sentence for present tense, past tense, and future tense. Auxiliary verb is used only with another word to make a sentence. Exercise for the session. Use a notebook only for the exercises. Now you learned 100 words. You may already know some more words. You also know that the noun can be of 9 different types. I, we, you, he, she, it, a name, they, or a group. Choose any verb and make 9 sentences with this verb. Make simple sentence only with 2 words. Repeat this for 4 more words. You may verify the correctness with any other person like a friend, a workmate, or a family member. When you have finished and satisfied, you are ready to start with the next session. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 2 of Learning English Online. Words and sentences. Simple past tense. In this session, you will learn to make sentences in past tense. The verbs must be in past tense, and so you should learn the past tense verbs. So when you learn 100 more new words, you will learn the past tense of the verbs also. Let us start learning 100 more words in this session. Words in red color are verbs. You will also learn how to pronounce these words. As I read each word, you will know its meaning. You are seeing the first 25 words. I will talk about every word or give an example how it is used. You are seeing words 101 to 125 with past tense for the verbs. I have also included the verbs in the first 100 words with past tense verbs. Over. Example. It is over 5,000 people watching the tennis game in the court. World. Example. World looks small because of excellent communications. Information. Example. Internet makes information easy to get. Map. Example. The geographic map of the world shows all the countries. Find. Example. You can find people from India all over the world. This is a verb. The past tense verb is found. Where. Example. Where are the children now? Much. Example. We spend much more money for travel and entertainment. Take. You should not take children for horror movies. This is a verb and the past tense is took. To. Example. For any game you need at least 2 people. Want. Example. Everyone wants a HD TV at home. The past tense is wanted. Important. Example. Important people also watch cricket match in the ground. Family. Example. Almost every family has a car. Those. Example. Those crowded cities have high pollution of air. Example is a word. An example for the example is we need comfort at home. For example, we need an air conditioner. While. Example. I sleep while traveling in a bus. He. Example. He does not have many friends. Look. Example. I look at the road carefully when driving. The past tense for look is looked. Government. Example. Government earns revenue from taxes. Before. Example. You do not have to sleep very late every day. Help. Example. We all help the poor people. Past tense for help is helped. Between. Example. When driving, maintain good distance between you and the car in front of you. Go. Example. We go to library often. The past tense for go is went. Own. Example. Every American owns a car. The past tense for the verb own is owned. However, example, I do not buy newspaper. However, I learn news on the internet. Business. Example. Not all business people are very rich. We will now learn some more words. Words 126 to 150. Us. Example. We go to work on time and so our boss likes us. Great. Example, you will feel great when you win the race. His example, his brother is a cricketer. Being example, being in India, I enjoy variety of food. Another example, when we went to the restaurant, we also met another family. Health example, health is wealth. Same example, we see the same advertisements in every channel. Study example, nowadays many students study in Australia. The past tense for study is studied. Why example, why is he late to the office? Few example, there are only few trucks in the city roads. Game example, the game starts on time. Might example, it might not be raining everywhere when it is raining here. Might is the past tense of may. Think example, we always think positively. The past tense for think is thought. Free example, we do not get a free lunch at work. Do example, my children like ice cream and so I too like. Had example, I had fever last week. Had example, I had fever last week. Had is the past tense word for have and has. Hi example, everyone says hi instead of hello nowadays. Right example, it is right thing to follow the traffic rules. Still example, still some people violate the rules. System example, there is a proper system to find out the culprits. After example, after the police notice the defaulters, they find them. Computer example, we use technology and computer is essential to make best use of technology. Best, the example, it is not the best because there are better computers. Must example, still you must learn to use computer. Must is an auxiliary verb, but this verb is same for present, past and future tenses. Her example, my sister has her computer class every day. Shall we learn some more words from 151 to 175 now? Life example, life is wonderful if you have a friend. Since example, since I have many friends, I am happy. Could example, we could make more friends. Could is a past tense of a verb, auxiliary verb can. Does example, she does creative artwork now. does is same as do, but it is used for third person singular, he, she, it, or a single person. During, example, he does not cook during weekends. Learn, example, we learn English. Past tense for learn is learned. Around, example, we go around a temple usually. Form, example, we form a team to make prayer. Past tense for form is formed. Meat, example, we do not eat meat every day. Air, example, gardens make the air pure. Air is also used as a verb. The typical use of air as verb is the program is aired by the TV. Means that the TV is broadcasting a program. Day, example, we make the garden good during the day. Place, example, we also make the garden as a place for play. Become, example, so we become healthy. Become is a main verb and the past tense is became. Public, example, we make the garden a public place. Read, example, it is a good habit to read books. Read is a main verb and the past tense also is spelt the same way, but it is pronounced as past tense as read, not read. Keep, example, I keep library as part of our home. The past tense for keep is kept. Start, example, you can start gardening at your home too. The past tense for start is started. Year, example, it is good to have the garden watered throughout the year. Every, feel, large, example, we are good in gardening the field at the large backyard. Let us also learn the last set of words 176 to 200. Once, example, we plant once in a way. Available, example, fresh breeze is available always from the garden. Down, example, I write down important points in a notebook. Give, example, it is pleasure to give charity. Give is a main verb and the past tense is gave. Fish, example, it is better to eat fish than the meat. Human, example, we can be good human being by eating only vegetables. Both, example, we eat both fish and meat sometimes. Local, example, the local police are friendly. Sure, example, I am sure of exercising in gym. Something, example, we do something that is useful to everyone. Without, example, I cannot drink without friends. Come and me, example, This is a common verb. Example, friends come to me to spend good time. Back. Example, you can go back to school even after completing your study. Better. Example, it is better to go back to home early after the work. General. Example, in general, playing is healthy. Process. Example, the process of baking cakes is simple. She. Example, she is a good cook. Heat. Example, in winter we heat the home and make it warm. It's a verb. The past tense is heated. Thanks. Example, it is better to say thanks when you get a good service. Specific. Example, you need a specific toy for your child. Enough. For example, the cooked food is good enough for 2 days in the fridge. Long. Example, do not keep food for long in the fridge. Lot. Example, if you buy lot of meat, you should keep it for long in the freezer. Hand. Example, you should wash your hand before and after eating. Hand is also used as a verb. I hand over the job to the new employee. Past tense for hand as a verb is handed. Now we will see making simple past tense sentences with main verb. In past tense, the verb is seen even in third person like he, she, it, or for a single person. The past tense verb for go is went. It is the same past tense verb we use for all the different nouns. I went, we went, you went, he went, she went, it went, a single person by name went, they went, a group went. Now we learn to make sentences using auxiliary verbs in past tense. As we already mentioned, auxiliary verb is used along with another word, then only it makes the sentence meaningful. Also, you must learn that auxiliary verbs are different for different types of nouns. You must know this part of the grammar. Let us see the past tense sentences with auxiliary verb. I was short. We were small. You were quick. He was new. She was new. It was new. The person was new. They were fine. A group were fine. Summary of the session. You are introduced to 100 more words most used. You also now know that past tense of the verbs in these 100 words. Please note that you should only use past tense verbs in the past tense sentences. Just the verb makes the difference in a sentence. Past tense auxiliary verb also makes the sentence as past tense sentences. Exercise for the session 2. Use the same exercise notebook. Now you know 200 words. You may also know some more words. You already know that the noun can be 9 different types: I, we, you, he, she, it, a name, they, or a group. Choose any verb and make 9 sentences with this verb. Make simple sentence with only 2 words. Repeat for 4 more verbs. Please remember that you can now use both present tense and past tense together when you write anything from now onwards. For example, it rained yesterday, so it is cool today. You may verify the correctness of your answers with any other person like a friend, a workmate, a family member, or anybody else. In case you did not do it right, correct the mistakes. If you have done, you are ready to go to the next session. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 3 of Learning English Online. Words and sentences. simple future tense. In this session, you will learn to make sentences in future tense. The verbs must be in future tense, so you should learn how to make future tense verbs. You will also learn 100 more new words. Let us first start learning these 100 more words in this session. Words in red color are verbs. You will also learn how to pronounce these words. As I read each word, I will talk about each word or give an example how it is used. You are now seeing 201 to 210 words with past tense for these verbs. Popular. Example, he is a popular scientist. Small. Example, the apple is small. Though. Example, though it is small, it tastes good. Experience. Example, it is a good experience to pluck apple from the tree. Include. Example, the Apple computer includes operating system. Job. Example, my job is to work on computer. Music. Example, I like Carnatic music. Person. Example, every person likes Carnatic music. Really. Example, but people do not really agree. Although. Example, although people like Carnatic music, they do not admit. Thank. Example, I thank the music lovers. Book. Example, I read a book on content writing. Early. Example, I started early. Reading. Example, I am reading newspaper in the mornings. End. Example, there is no need to end the listening to music. Method. Example, the only method to avoid traffic is to go early. Never. Example, I never start too late. Less. Example, so there is less traffic when I drive. Play. Example, I do not play music when driving. Able. Example, I am able to concentrate in my driving. Data. Example, the data about my expenses is in my computer. Feel. Example, I feel comfortable with my own data of expenses. High. Example, my expenses are high when I travel out. Off. Example, I take off to travel to hometown sometimes. Point. Example, I always make it a point to make travel booking on time. Type. Example, I like the village type of cooking in mud pot. Weather. Example, whether it is cooked in mud pot or non-stick pan, I like village type of food. Food. Example, village type food is healthy. Understanding. Example, I have clear understanding of what I like and what I do not like. Here, example, I am here in my hometown today. Home, example, my hometown is a big village. Certain, example, I am certain that life in hometown is more peaceful than living in a crowded city. Economy, example, it is the personal economy that lets everyone go to a city to earn from work or business. Little, example, there is little hope of getting village type of food in the city. Theory, example, the theory of village food is not to make it spicy. Tonight, example, we had dinner with our relatives tonight. Law, example, the law in my village is not to permit local residents to eat in restaurant every day. Put, example, the restaurants put a banana leaf and water on the table before serving food. This is a main verb and its past tense is also put. Under, example, I am under pressure if I have to cook myself. Value, example, the value of home food is highest. Always, example, I always like homemade food. Body, example, my body is healthy with good food. Common, example, the common routine of people in the city is to eat out often. Market, example, the marketplace has many restaurants. Set, example, restaurants advertise as if they serve food as good as home food. This is a main verb and its past tense also is set. Bird, example, a bird in the hand is better than the bird in the bush. Guide, example, I always guide others with learnings from my experience. This is a main verb and the past tense is guided. Provide, example, we provide career consulting. This is a main verb and the past tense is provided. Change, example, we help everyone to make a change in career if they wish. This is also a main verb and its past tense is changed. Interest, example, nowadays most people have interest to find a better job always. This is also a main verb and its past tense is interested. Literature, example, the Literature Society has a library of traditional books. Sometimes, example, sometimes I go to the library. Problem, example, the library has a problem in providing comfortable reading place. Say, example, the readers say that they have liking for the wide range of books in the library. This is a main verb and its past tense is said. Next, example, do you like to try home food anytime from my home? Please drop me next time to my place. Create. Example. I will create good ambience for you. This is a main verb and its past tense is created. Simple. Example. But we will only offer you a simple food. Software. Example. Most software people have to work in odd hours and they eat exotic food in the canteen always. State. Example. In our state, the government provides good drinking water. This is also a main verb with the meaning tell and its past tense is stated. Together. Example. We go together for attending wedding function. Control. Example. When there is no control, the traffic becomes worse. This is a main verb and the past tense is controlled. Knowledge. Example. The knowledge of traffic rules is poor. Power. Example. The police do not always exercise their power to control. Radio. Example. The radio broadcasts traffic news frequently. Ability. Example. The ability of people to be aware of traffic is good. Basic. Example. The basic traffic discipline is missing. Course. Example. The course on traffic rules is required for everyone. Economics. Example. The economics of the state is not sound. Hard. Example. It is hard to finance implementation of the regulations. Add. Example. The lack of awareness adds to the traffic jams. This is a main verb and the past tense is added. Company. Example. The company managing road signs does a good job to control the traffic. Known. Example. Following the traffic lights is known to all drivers. Known is a past participle of the verb know. The past participle will be explained when we learn making perfect tense sentences later. Love. Example. They love to blindly follow vehicle ahead. This is a main verb and the past tense is loved. Past. Example. Past experience does not encourage following others. Price. Example. The price of a helmet went up due to police fining defaulters. Size. Example. The size of helmet is same for all adults. Away. Example. We keep away from an accident spot. Big. Example. Sometimes big accidents are avoided by control of the police. Internet. Example. Internet helps driving to the destination. Possible. Example. It is possible to do a drive. Television. Example. Television is an essential part of our life. 3. Example. There are 3 sources of fuel for our cars. Understand. Example. We should understand what is the right fuel for our car. This is a main verb and its past tense is understood. Various. Example. there are various points to fill gas for the cars. Yourself, example, you cannot fill gas yourself. Card, example, always use credit card to pay your gas bill. Difficult, example, it is difficult to carry cash all the time. Including, example, we can pay by card for all the bills including fuel bills. Include is a main verb and the past tense is included. List, example, the distributors display the list of acceptable credit cards. This is also used as a main verb and its past tense is listed. Mind, example, keep in mind that you should collect the bill for the gas. This is also used as a main verb and its past tense is minded. Particular, example, in particular it is necessary to keep track of how much you spend. Real, example, the real cost may be higher than what you budgeted. Science, example, the science of using gas indicates the benefits. Trade, example, you should trade off between gas and liquid petroleum products. This is a main verb and its past tense is traded. Consider, example, so consider using gas. This is a main verb and the past tense is considered. Either, example, you may either use gas or petrol for your vehicles. Library, example, the local library is free for all. Likely, example, it is likely that you need a membership to take a book from library to home. Nature, example, by nature the emission is lower when you use gas. Fact, example, in fact gas is cheaper. Making future tense sentences is easy. All that you have to do is insert will before present tense verb. Traditionally, shall was used instead of will for the first person nouns I and we, but nowadays will is only used for all 9 types of nouns. Let us now see the simple future tense sentences with main verb. I will go, we will go, you will go, he will go, she will go, it will go, the person by name will go, they will go, a group will go. Now we will also learn to make sentences using auxiliary verb in future tense. Auxiliary verb is will be for all 9 different nouns. This is also simple. What you need to know is be is same as am, is and are. Let us see these future tense sentences with auxiliary verb. I will be short. We will be small. You will be quick. He will be new. She will be new. It will be new. A person by name will also be new. They will be fine. A group will be fine. Summary of the session. You are introduced to top 100 more words most used. You also now know that past tense of verbs in these 100 words. The verb for future tense is either will and a present tense main verb, or it is just will be for all different nouns for the auxiliary verbs. Just the verb makes difference in sentence. Exercise for the session. Use the exercise notebook that you have been using. Now you know top 300 words that are used most. You may also know some more words. You already know that the noun can be 9 different types: I, we, you, he, she, it, a name, they, or a group. Choose any verb and make 9 sentences with this verb. Make simple sentence with only 2 words. Repeat it for 4 more verbs. Please remember that you can now use both present tense and past tense together when you write anything from now onwards in future tense. For example, we studied in the same school. Now we study in different colleges. Later, we will work in many different organizations in various other cities or even other countries. You may verify the correctness with any other person, like a friend, a workmate, a family member, or anybody else. In case you did not do it right, correct your mistakes. When you are ready to move to the next session. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 4. Words to improve meaning of sentences. So far, we only learned to write simple sentences of 2 or 3 words in simple present, past, and future tenses. We will now learn to add more words to make the sentences more meaningful. I go is a simple sentence of 2 words. This can become more meaningful by adding more words. For example, I go to the bank is better. I go to the bank in the morning is even better. I go to the school in the morning in my car is even more elaborate. I go to the bank in the morning in my car with my friend adds more meaning. I go to the nearby bank in the morning in my car with my friend enhances the sentence. I go to the nearby bank every day in the morning in my car with my friend makes it more exhaustive. So, it is now necessary to learn how to even add more words and make the sentences more meaningful and effective. One, words telling about a noun. I, we, you, he, she, it, and they are generic, and in grammar they are called pronouns. Anything by name is a noun. The words that tell more or describe a noun or a pronoun are many. It is enough if you know some of such words. They are called adjectives in grammar. We will see some examples. The boy plucks a mango in the tree. The naughty boy plucks a mango in the tree. Another example. The mother loves children more than the husband. The responsible mother loves children more than the husband. We will now see some more examples. The news disturbed everyone. The shocking news disturbed everyone. The manager is happy with me. The professional manager is happy with me. I am listing many such common words and some examples. There are many. Please do not try to remember any of these, and you have to know there are many ways of describing the nouns. We will see some more examples of the words that can describe a noun. The story is interesting. The terrific story is interesting. The man got a prize. The victorious man got a prize. 2. Words that add value or modify the meanings of the verbs of sentences. They will appear anywhere in the sentence. These are adverbs. There are many, and it is enough to know common ones now. Examples are: I eagerly wait for you to come. You are badly ill. We generally like him. He instantly replies. They are deliberately quiet. Usually, the adverbs are just before the main verb. These adverbs may also appear in a sentence after an auxiliary verb. Examples are: I am in business, we are loyal, you are faithful, she is naughty, they are not guilty. Link words. We will learn some words that link a word in the sentence to the nouns or phrases. In grammar, they are prepositions. Examples: the book is on the table. The book is beneath the table. The book is leaning against the table. The book is beside the table. She held the book over the table. She read the book during class. The most common prepositions are listed. There are more, and again, these are good enough for your basic English course. When I did this course last in class recently, I asked the students to read the top 1000 words that are used most. All of them said they know the meanings of all these words already. So I am not including explanations for these words in the session tutorials. It helped me to make the videos shorter. The students may check with anyone if they find any of these words new. You will learn more and more words as you practice. I have marked the verbs in the 100 more words that you see now in red with past tense verbs to help you do the exercise. Summary of the session. You learned three types of words that will improve the meaning of the sentences. 1. Words that tell more about the nouns. These are known as adjectives in grammar. There are words that modify the meaning of the verbs in the sentences. In grammar, we call them as adverbs. We also link words or the phrases that are set of words using link words. These words are preposition in grammar. Exercise for the session. Use the same exercise notebook. Now you learned how to make sentences more meaningful by adding three types of words. Make three long sentences using each of the adjectives, adverbs, and link words. You should also make one sentence using all three different adjectives, adverbs, and link words. You can use any of the verbs that you know. Repeat the exercise for 4 more verbs. For example, the brilliant student studies. The student studies seriously. The student studies at night. The brilliant student studies English seriously at night. After completing the exercise, you must verify the correctness with any other person like a friend, a workmate, a family member, or anyone else. In case you did not do it right, correct the mistakes. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 5, Auxiliary verbs used with main verbs. In this session, you will learn some additional auxiliary verbs that are commonly used with main verbs. These are used for making sentences for conditional expressions. Possible is a condition in which you use the auxiliary verb can and could and also able to. We will see some examples. Examples of sentences about possible and impossible actions. I can talk in English. You cannot go without doing your job. He can drive a truck. Boys can play cricket. We could not shout at her, you could eat anything. She could make a toy. Children could like sweets. I am able to dance. You are able to make a pancake. It is able to climb the wall. Teachers are able to lecture. I was able to walk. You were able to do the job. He was able to sing a song. They were able to travel. We will not be able to fly. You will not be able to run fast. She will be able to cut. Students were able to learn. Please notice that can and could are used in present and past tense. This is not used for future tense. The able to is a set of two words. This is used along with appropriate auxiliary verb and is used for present, past and future tenses. All these are to express a capability to do. Sometimes we talk about certain doubtful actions. The auxiliary verbs that are used for doubtful actions are may and might. Examples of sentences about doubtful actions are I may read a book. You may come for the movie. He may not attend the function. They may visit us tomorrow. We might have gone. You might be correct. She might be doubtful. Kids might be playing. Because it is used to say something that is you are not sure of, may is used for present and future tense. Might is a past tense for may. When expressing a sentence in indirect speech of past tense, might is used as past tense for verb may. We will learn this later in another session. There are situations when we talk about some things that are compulsory or mandatory. For such necessary sentences, the additional auxiliary verbs we use are must, should, have to. Let us see some examples. I must do my homework. You must go to office at 9 a.m. He must pay tax. People must eat out in hotel. We should not spend more. You should have patience. She should cooperate. Players should be active. I have to study. You have to be on time. It has to walk slowly. Men have to love women. We had to complete. You had to perform. She had to cook. Children had to write the test. I will have to be quiet. You will not have to keep calm. He will have to act. They will have to do their job. Please be aware that must and should are the same in present, past, and future tenses. Whereas have to is used as a pair of words in present tense only and becomes had to in past tense and will have to be in the future tense. We say some matters in a gentle manner or politely. For this, we use this auxiliary verb would. Examples: I would not expect a miracle. You would like what you do. Samuel would live in peace. Girls will be good looking. For now, you need to understand that would is an auxiliary verb that is used in present, past, and future tense to express anything in a soft manner. Would is also a past tense of will when we rewrite a sentence in indirect speech. We will learn this later towards the end of the course. We tell about what we do usually by making use of a pair of words used to. It is used for expressing a past thing or a habit. We used to eat together. You used to be on time. Sun used to rise at 6 a.m. Workers used to strike the work. Used is past tense for use and it is used as a single word in past tense sentence like I used this bike to go to office till last year. Sum up. We will sum up what we learned so far in a single table and all examples put together in one page. This is a summary which you can use it for review. You are now seeing 100 more words, 401 to 500. When I did this course last in a class, I asked the students to loudly read these 1000 most used words. It was interesting to find that most students knew most of these words already. So what I will do is to list these words with past tense verbs. You may review yourself Just in case you do not know the meaning of a word or how to use it, you may check with a friend or anyone else. By this approach, we can make these sessions short. You have to only concentrate and learn the grammar. You will eventually then be able to use them while writing and talking comfortably. Exercise for the session. In this session, you learned commonly used auxiliary verbs. Now you learned how to make sentences more meaningful. You may be seeing that everyone uses. Now you know how to and where to use them. There are 14 sentences shown as examples. Write 14 more such sentences, but make your own sentence with verbs of your choice. You will find it interesting and not difficult. After you do this, you will be thorough with these auxiliary verbs. After completing the exercise, you must verify the correctness with any other person like a friend, a workmate, a family member, or anyone else. In case you did not do it right, correct the mistakes. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The four things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 6. Making negative sentences. Before we start, let me give a revision of what you learned so far. Sentences have minimum two words, a noun and a main verb. A sentence with auxiliary verb has three words, a noun and an auxiliary verb with another word. The second word after the auxiliary verb is like, for example, happy, good, tall, big, etc. I will explain the three-step process to make a sentence as negative sentence. Identify the words that make the verb for the sentence and underline. Examples for the sentence with main verb are I walk, he eats. Examples for sentence with auxiliary verb are I am happy, you are good, he is tall, they are big. You are seeing the verbs underlined. This is the first step. Step 2. We will now make the simple present tense sentence with main verb also into two-word verb by adding do or does. For example, I walk will become I do walk, and he eats will become he does eat. Adding a do or does is not changing the meaning. Step 3. Now, making the negative sentence is simple. The rule is to insert a not between the two words of the verb. So, it becomes I do not walk or he does not eat. Same way, you can make auxiliary sentences also as negative. I am not happy, he is not tall, they are not big. You have learned to make negative sentences in present tense. Step 1 for the past tense. The process is same for past tense also. Let us take some examples and underline the verbs. I walked, he ate, I was happy, he was tall, they were big. Because the verb is a single word, we change these sentences by adding did. I walked will become I did walk. He ate will become he did eat. There is no change in the meaning. You will not change the following sentences with auxiliary verb because there are two words together as verb already. I was happy, he was tall, they were big. Follow the same rule and insert a not between the two words of the verb. I did not walk, he did not eat. Similarly, in a sentence with auxiliary verb, I was not happy, he was not tall, they were not big. By this way, you can make the past sentence with auxiliary verbs also as negative. Making future tense sentences negative is even easier. In the step 1, underline the verbs as shown. In future tense sentence, there are already 2 or 3 words as verb. I will drive, you will ride, she will dance. For auxiliary verb sentences, we will be healthy, you will be pleasant, they will be happy. So, though there is no need to change the sentence. Step 3. Simply include a not. I will not drive, you will not ride, she will not dance. We will not be healthy, you will not be pleasant, they will not be happy. You must make a note that be is same as am, is, are. Also note that when there are more than 3 words that make the verb, the not is inserted after the first word of the verb. The sentences may be long with many words, but the making sentences as negative is the same. Please remember that the verb is usually a single verb in any sentence, however long it is. Let us see some examples. I work in an office at High Street during the day from morning till evening. The negative sentence is I do not work in an office at High Street during the day from morning till evening. Another example. You performed a good job of team building and coaching them for a project in the winter always. The negative sentence is you did not perform good job of team building and coaching them for a project in the winter always. Let us see one more example. They will join together to complete the project as a team to carry the project in time sincerely. The negative sentence is they will not join together to complete the project as a team to carry out the project in time sincerely. You now see the tables showing all different nouns and all 3 tenses. Simple present tense. Simple past tense. Simple future tense. When I did this course last in class recently, I asked the students to read the top 1000 words that are used most. All of them said they know the meanings of all these words already. So I am not including explanations for these words in the session tutorials. It helped me to make the videos shorter. The students may check with anyone if they find any of these words new. You will learn more and more words as you practice. I have marked the verbs in the 100 more words that you see now in red with past tense verbs to help you do the exercise. Summary of the session. For making a sentence as negative, the verb must be in two words. So you make single word verb sentences to two word verbs by adding do, does, or did. Insert the not after the first word of the verb words. Exercise for the session. Go through the tables that give examples for all types of nouns and tenses. Write 6 different sentences either with main verb or with auxiliary verb for simple, present, past and future tense sentences. Convert these sentences to negative sentences. Please check your answers with a friend, a family member, a workmate or anyone else. After making corrections, if any, you are ready to start the next session. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 7, Making Questions and Answering Them. If anyone asks me a question, did you eat your lunch? My answer will be either yes or no. I may also say that yes, I ate my lunch, or I may say that no, I didn't eat my lunch yet. This type of question is a close ended question, and the answer is either yes or no. Whereas, if someone asks me, where did you eat your lunch? Or when did you eat your lunch? Or any such similar question, the answer will be to say exactly where I ate or when I ate. This is an open-ended question. You have to learn how to make both type of close-ended and open-ended questions. In this session, you will learn both. You will also learn how to answer such questions. In the previous session, you learned to make negative sentences. You understood to insert not between two or more words of the verb. Let us see the simple present tense first. What you are seeing now is the simple present tense sentences for different types of nouns with main verbs on the left, and next to them you also see the sentences for the auxiliary verbs. Making close-ended questions is similar and easy. Step 1. If the sentence has a single main verb, the first thing to do is to make the single word verb into two words verb. Step 2. First word of the two words verb as the first word of the sentence and end it with a question mark. This makes a close-ended question. Let us see an example. You work in shifts will be first made as you do work in shifts, and then as do you work in shifts? You can now see the sentences in simple present tense becoming close-ended questions in the table. You will now learn how to make these sentences as close-ended questions. This process is similar. Making an open-ended question also follows the same steps. You have to add the questions words like why, when, where, how and more in step 2. See the open type questions for the same example. Why do you work in shift? When do you work in shifts? Where do you work in shifts? How do you work in shifts? And more. You may note that you cannot use all the question types for every sentence. For example, these type of questions are not used for this sentence. What do you work in shifts? Which do you work in shifts? There are many types of open-ended questions that include what, who, which, when, where, why, how. These words used as the question are pronouns, and making a sentence is same like making any other sentences. There are many more listed below, and it is not the complete list. What if, whom, whose, by whom, to whom. It is enough if you know these essential question types. Simple past tense. Let us learn the making question for sentences in the simple past tense also. The procedure is same. Please see the example shown in the chart for making positive sentences to negative first. The process for making close-ended questions of the simple past tense sentences also is the same. Step 1. If the sentence has a single main verb, the first thing to do is to make the single word verb into two words verb. Step 2. Shift the second word of the two words verb as the first word of the sentence and end it with a question mark. This makes a close end questions. Let us see an example. You studied in the Cambridge school will first be made as you did study in the Cambridge school, and then as did you study in the Cambridge school. Now you can see the sentences in simple past tense positive sentences becoming close-ended questions in the table. Making open-ended questions for simple past tense sentences also follows the same steps. You have to add the question word like why, when, where, how and more in the step 2. See the open type questions for the same example. When did you study in the Cambridge school? Why did you study in the Cambridge school? How did you study in the Cambridge school? What did you study in the Cambridge school and more? You must be aware that you cannot use all question types for every type of sentence. For example, which did you study in Cambridge School? Where did you study in Cambridge School? Are not correct. Simple future tense. Let us learn the making question for the sentences in simple future tense also. The procedure is same. Please see the example shown in this chart for making positive sentences to negative first. The process of making close-ended questions for simple future tense sentences also is the same. Step 1. Because there is a two words verb, there is no need to make any change in the verb. Step 2. Shift first word of the two words verb as the first word of the sentence and end the sentence with a question mark. This makes a close-ended question. Let us see an example. John will come tomorrow already has two words will come as verb. So this can be straight away converted to a close-ended question. Will John come tomorrow? You can see the sentences in the future tense positive sentences becoming close-ended questions for all different nouns in the table. Making an open-ended question for simple future tense sentences also follows the same steps. You have to add question word like why, when, where, how and more in the step 2. See the open type questions for the same example. When will John come tomorrow? Why will John come tomorrow? How will John come tomorrow? Where will John come tomorrow? You must be aware that you cannot use all question types for every type of sentences. For example, which will John come tomorrow? What will John come tomorrow are not correct. Answering questions. Answering close-ended questions is just to say yes or no. You may just repeat the question as answer after changing the noun. For example, if you are asked, do you work in the government office? Answer is yes, I work in the government office, or no, I do not work in the government office. But answer for open-ended questions should be in detail, specifically answering the question. It is always better to just answer the question exactly, especially in business. Summary of the session. You learned about close-ended and open-ended types of questions. Now you also know how to make a sentence, whether positive or negative, to a question. You understood how to answer the questions. Exercise for the session. 1. Make one long sentence with a present tense verb that you know. Change the sentence to a negative sentence. Write a close-ended question for both positive and negative sentences. Write as many open-ended questions for both the two sentences. Answer all your questions. Repeat the above for past and future tense also. Ask a friend or anyone at work or at home to verify. Correct if there are mistakes. Any conversation has questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learn English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 8. Making continuous tense sentences for present, past and future. Pronouncing words differently from the spelling. The continuous tense sentence is for an action in progress. It can be in present, past or future tense. The picture describes the 4 sentence types in the 3 tenses. The verb for continuous tense uses 2 words, be plus verb and ing. Be may be am, is and are for the present tense, was and were in the past tense, will be in future tense. Please see some examples how simple present tense becomes a present continuous tense. I talk to my teacher becomes I am talking to my teacher. Another example, you listen to your students. You are listening to your students. He waits for his mom. He is waiting for his mom. Children want to go home. Children are wanting to go home. You can see the full set of positive and negative present continuous sentences for 9 different nouns in the table. Please note that continuous tense sentences for auxiliary verb sentences are omitted because these are not used in day-to-day life. Please also make a note that if you should write such a sentence, the verb is going to be two words. The first is auxiliary verb and the second is being. This table shows the close-ended questions for positive and negative present continuous sentences. You now see the open-ended questions for the positive and negative present continuous sentences also in the table. Let us now see some examples how simple past tense becomes a past continuous tense. I came from the school becomes I was coming from the school. You went to the shopping mall became you were going to the shopping mall. He worked in night shift becomes he was working in night shift. The boys played in the large playground becomes the boys were playing in the large playground. You can also see the full set in the table. What you now see is a table that shows close-ended questions for past continuous sentences for 9 different nouns, both positive and negative sentences. See the open-ended questions for the past continuous sentences in this table. Let us now see some examples how a simple future tense becomes future continuous tense. I will watch the game tomorrow. I will be watching the game tomorrow. You will soon learn basic English grammar. You will be learning soon the basic English grammar. He will teach her English speaking in classroom next week. He will be teaching her English speaking in the classroom next week. Government officers will help public in civic administration every day. Government officers will be helping public in civic administration every day. You can also see the full set in the table. This table shows the close-ended questions for positive and negative future continuous sentences for 9 different nouns. You now see the open-ended questions for the future continuous sentences. In this session, you will understand how to pronounce certain words differently than the spelling. You may think there is nothing strange because you are used to almost everything that I will bring to your attention now. 1. In all these words, C is pronounced like K. Can, come, cure, cough, cold, coronavirus, COVID-19, case, confirmed, confinement, containment, curfew, clean, courage, compliance, contention, crisis, clarity, cooperation, caring. Here you will find C is pronounced as if it is S. Celebrate, cement, cemetery, cinema. In these words, C sounds like K inside the words chocolate, concrete. Let us see other different pronunciation. PUT is put. CUT is not kut. BUT is not but, it is but. Another common different pronunciation is nature. NATURE is not NATURE. School is school, not school. Mortgage is mortgage. Colonel is not colonel. Q is not QUU. Silent letters. In some words, some letters become silent. KNEAD is need, K is silent. WEDNESDAY, D is silent, Wednesday. ISLAND, S is silent, island. Whereas in Iceland, C sounds like S. There are many more. As I said before, this is the way we all pronounce, and we do not think if there is anything wrong. You will pronounce correctly after you practice by listening and talking. Now you get to know 100 more words, 701 to 800. Summary of the session. You learned about making continuous sentences in present, past and future tenses. You also understood how to make negative sentences as well as close-ended and open-ended types of questions in continuous sentences. You are also introduced to pronouncing words differently from the spelling. Exercise for the session. 1. Make one long continuous sentence with a present tense verb that you know. Change the sentence to a negative sentence. Write a close-ended question for both positive and negative sentences. Write as many open-ended questions for both the two sentences. Repeat the above for past and future tense also. Ask a friend or anyone at work or at home to verify. Correct if there are any mistakes. All conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answers, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 9. Making perfect tense sentences for present, past and future. Perfect tense shows an action that is complete and finished or perfected. This perfect tense is expressed by adding one of the auxiliary verbs, have or has for the present tense, had for the past tense, will have for the future tense, plus the past participle form of the main verb. For example, John has broken the world record in 100-meter race. You have performed a great job. I had gone to the Buckingham Palace long back. They will have done this job next time if they get another chance. When making a sentence with auxiliary verb as a perfect tense sentence also, we have to do the same thing of adding another auxiliary verb, have, has, had, or will be, to the past participle form of the auxiliary verb. The past participle form for am, is, are, is been. Let us see how this is done with some examples. I have been the master. She has been a professor. Children have been in the school. We had been on this drama. You will have been there with us. Just like there are past tense verbs for all the main verbs, there are also past participle verbs. So it is essential for you to know past participle verbs for all the verbs of the 1000 words. We will show these verbs in a table at the end of the session. It will become a ready reckoner for you. The present perfect sentences we will use have, and we should use has for the nouns like he, she, it, or a single person or an object. You can see the table of present perfect tense sentences for all 9 different types of nouns. In this table, you will find present perfect tense sentences converted as close-ended questions for both positive and negative sentences. Making of open-ended questions for the present perfect tense sentences is shown in the table for both positive and negative sentences again. In past perfect tense sentences, we will use had for all different types of nouns. Take a look at the examples in the table. In this table, you will find the close-ended questions for the past perfect tense sentences with examples for all different nouns. Making open-ended questions for the past perfect tense sentences also is easy as before, with examples that are shown for different nouns in the table. In future perfect tense sentences, we use will have for all 9 types of nouns. Take a look at the examples in the table. Making close-ended questions for the future perfect tense sentences is shown in the table for both positive and negative sentences. Making open-ended questions for the future perfect tenses is shown in the table for both positive and negative sentences. From now on, when I bring more words to learn, I will include the past participle also for all the verbs. You can now see the next 100 words, 801 to 901, with verb marked in red along with past tense verb and past participle form of the verb. Summary of the session. You learned about perfect tense sentences. Past participle verb is an essential part of perfect tense sentences. Making perfect tense sentences close and open-ended questions is made easy. You are also introduced to 100 more new words and also verbs in the top 1000 most used words. Exercise for the session. 1. Make one long perfect tense sentence with present tense verb that you know. Change the sentence to negative sentence. Write a close-ended questions for both the positive and negative sentences. Write as many open-ended questions for both the two sentences. Repeat the above for past and future tense also. Ask a friend or anyone at work or at home to verify. Correct if there are any mistakes. conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer the questions, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The four things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 10. Avatars of have, do, and be. So far, we have seen have, do, and be as auxiliary words to go with the main verbs. We will now see how they are also used as main verb as well as in other ways. There are four avatars for have that has different ways of use. 1. As the essential auxiliary verb for perfect tense, have and has in present perfect tense, had in past perfect tense, will have in future perfect tense. You have learned this in detail already in a previous session. Have as main verb, it means possess, own, hold for use, or contain. Examples: I have a sports car, We have a house in the city. You have the engineering degree. He has the job in the bank. She had the interest to swim. It had the ball to play. Krishna will have a boat. They will have the team spirit to win the game. Children will have a large playground soon for playing. 3. Have is also used in the pair of words have to in place of must and should. The advantage of using have to is for discrete purpose of three tenses as have to or has to in present tense, had to in past tense, will have to in future tense. Examples: you have to train your stops. She has to learn driving soon. We had to plan a holiday trip. The employees will have to perform their jobs. It is interesting to know that the have to is also cleverly used along with other auxiliary words may, might, should, would, etc., whereby you can leverage on the power of auxiliary verbs even more. For example, I may have to forego lunch during my travel. She should have to offer a meal to the guests. We might have to do the servicing of our tractor. You would have to host an event and celebrate the wedding. 4. Have is also used for joining sentences. Let us see some examples. The deer saw the tiger, it ran away, is combined as having seen the tiger, the deer ran away. Another example: I heard about traffic. I took an alternate road. Is joined as having heard about heavy traffic. I took an alternate road. Summary of the avatars of have. 1. In perfect tenses as have, has, had, will have. 2. As main verb is for possessive sentences used as have, has, had, will have. 3. In have to instead of must and should comes as have to, has to, had to, will have to. 4. Having gone, she ate lunch with customer is for joining sentences. Now see an interesting example in which have appears in the 4 multiple roles in a single sentence. Having heard about a popular fertility clinic, Sheila has had a desire that she will have to be there soon. There are 3 roles for do as a main verb: add on auxiliary verb for an assertive statement and as an auxiliary verb. Let us see its use as the main verb through some examples. In present tense form, I do the job as an engineer. We do the creative artwork in our company. You do the practice for playing football. He does the role as a coach. They do the creative designs. In the past tense form, it appears as I did a good job of scripting for the drama. You did the maintenance of the air conditioner last month. She did the content writing for our website. The teachers did the tuition for students after the classroom. In future tense form, it comes as we will do the acting in drama. You will not do the silent reading and learn pronunciation. It will do the swimming naturally. The girls will not do the painting of the wall. The second avatar for auxiliary word do is to convert a sentence to close-ended questions or open-ended questions. You have been learning how to do this by splitting single word verb with do, does or did in the previous sessions. Now see some more examples of do dual role in single sentence. Present tense. Do I do the job as an engineer? Do we do the creative artwork in our company? Do you do the practice for playing football? Does he do the role as a coach? In past tense, did I do a good job of scripting for the drama? Did you do the maintenance of the air conditioner last month? Did she do the content writing for our website? In future tense, will we do the acting in the drama? Will you not do the silent reading and learn pronunciation? Will it do the swimming naturally? Will the girls not do the painting of the wall? Have you noticed that we split the single word verb do to a two words verb as do, noun, do? Did you also see that it is the same formula we use for converting to close-ended questions in the previous sessions? As you already know, when you have to make close-ended questions as open-ended questions, you must add what, why, when, where, how, etc. at the beginning of the sentence. I am teaching these as logical steps that repeat. So, you are learning English like mathematics so that you will not do any mistakes. 3. Additional auxiliary verb for assertive statements. When we convert these sentences as close-ended questions And when you answer a close-ended question with yes or no, followed by the answer to the question with another do, does, or did as an auxiliary verb, thereby strongly emphasize your answer. The sentence is made firm and positive by adding a do, does, or did. See examples. Do you drive the car long way yourself? Yes, I do drive the car long way myself. Does he play guitar? Yes, she does play guitar. Did the English teacher teach a language also? Yes, the English teacher did teach a language also. Did he learn English online? Yes, he did learn English online. Will you travel to London tomorrow? Yes, I will do travel to London tomorrow. Summary of multiple roles by do. 1 as main verb, 2 as auxiliary word to convert a sentence to a question, as additional auxiliary word to emphasize. Be in multiple roles. Be comes in different forms. Be, am, is, are, was, were, being, and been. There are many different ways be is used commonly. One, as an auxiliary verb plus an attribute for common use. Examples: I am good at heart. We are not bad. You were great. She is clever and smart. They are always being in hardship. It has been under pressure at work. King is happy with heavy rains. You are being in anxiety when playing chess. We will be in full control of our budget if the personal tax is reduced. 2. As auxiliary verb in continuous sentences. Continuous sentences of main verbs use appropriate form of be, present or past, followed by the ing form of the main verb. Example: he is being very helpful these days. 3. As an auxiliary verb with a past participle word. We have been ready for an hour. 4. As auxiliary verb in passive voice sentences. Be is used as be, am, is, or, was, were, been, being, plus the past participle form of the main verb. You will learn the making passive voice sentences in detail in another session soon. Examples: You are made use as the best alternative for the team lead. I was made the project manager in the UK. Harris was assigned as a substitute in the team. She has been trained to coach her team. They are being taught how to become productive. 5. Be is also used as a main verb commonly for joining a subject. I am delighted with the news, but he is not happy. She was busy, so she was not able to see me. I am not being slow, I am being careful. You were being very rude to your mom. Summing up the use of be in multiple ways. 1. As auxiliary verb plus an attribute for common use. 2. As auxiliary verb in continuous sentences. 3. As an auxiliary verb with past participle word in perfect tenses. 4. As auxiliary verb in passive voice sentences. 5. Be is used as main verb commonly for joining a subject. Now is the time to learn 100 more words from the top 1000 words. Words 901 to 1000. Conclusion. You understood the commonly used auxiliary verbs have, do, and be have different roles. These auxiliary words enhance the meaning and power of sentences. So, all these must be best used in practice. Exercise for the session. Write 2 examples for each different uses of the 3 auxiliary verbs. Verify correctness and correct if there are mistakes. All conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer them, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The four things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 11. Joining sentences. We have been learning simple sentences. When we combine two simple sentences, we can omit unnecessary words, making your writing more concise and less repetitive. By learning this skill, you will enhance your style of writing and speaking English. You will also understand correct meaning of even the complex sentences. There are many ways to combine sentences grammatically. We will limit the learning to essential aspects for day-to-day use in the most commonly practiced sentences. I will first tell you about the top link words most commonly used. For each link word, you will see when to use with examples of two sentences and the single sentence after joining the two. 7 basic linking words. Fanboys. For, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. Fanboys is the first letter of these 7 basic linking words. Linking word for. You are providing a reason. I eat at Coffee Day every weekend. They also serve best sandwich. When these are combined, it becomes I eat at a coffee day every weekend for they also serve the best sandwich. And joins two sentences. I drink coffee in the morning. I drink wine in the evenings. I drink coffee in the morning and I drink wine in the evenings. Nor adds another negative alternative. My mom was not happy. She was not upset. My mom was not happy, nor was she upset. But connects two contrasting sentences. I want to go to movies. Sarah wants to go out and eat. I want to go to the movies, but Sarah wants to go out to eat. Or presents an alternative option. We can go to the movies. We can go out to eat. We can go to the movies or we can go out to eat. Yet contrast the first sentence. I don't like soda. I think a Coke is tasty. I don't like soda, yet I think a Coke is tasty. So, gives a reason. I have to wake up early. I don't stay out late. I have to wake up early, so I don't stay out late. You are now seeing the second set of link words in the order of common use with examples. Although means even though. She is a great creative writer. She has trouble writing academic papers. Although she is a great creative writer, she has trouble writing academic papers. True, like although, but in the middle of the sentence, usually. I don't drink milk. I do pour milk in my coffee. I don't drink milk, though I pour milk in my coffee. While refers to something happening. You were at school, the mailman delivered a package. While you were at school, the mailman delivered a package. If, what to do when something happens? You get hungry before dinner. You can eat an apple. If you get hungry before dinner, you can eat an apple. Until, up to the point when something happens. I can stay up to noon, but then I have to go to work. I can stay until noon, but then I have to go to work. Whether or if tells two options or to investigate. I want rice, I may want beans. Is Mary there? I will check. She may be in her room. I cannot decide whether I want rice or beans. I will check whether she is in her room. After, tell what next when something happens. I had my hair appointment. I went to church. I went to church after my hair appointment. Before, tell what before something happens. I went to church. I had my hair appointment. I had a hair appointment before I went to church. Because explains reason for something. Sarah cancelled her plans. I am staying home tonight. I am staying home tonight because Sarah cancelled our plans. Since, talk about something happening, is also for a start time. Example 1. Sarah cancelled our plans. I am staying home tonight. 2. There was a car crash last year. He is afraid of driving. Join the sentences. 1. I am staying home tonight since Sarah cancelled our plans. 2. He is afraid of driving since the car crashed last year. When refers to something happening. I was a kid. I loved ice cream. I loved ice cream when I was a kid. Where talks about a place. This is the house. I lived here till last year. This is the house where I lived till last year. How describes about something happening. She asked him, tell about turning on the machine. She asked him how to turn on the machine. Then compare two things. There was enough light late in the evening to see the street end. It seemed more like a day. There was enough light late in an evening to see the street light. Then it seemed like a day than a night. Here are 7 pairs of most commonly used link words that go together to join sentences for certain situations. Whether or talk about 2 options. You are going to eat your vegetables. You may like it or may not. You are going to eat your vegetables whether you like it or not. Either or express 2 alternatives. We can eat Chinese food, else I will make food at home. Either we can eat Chinese food or I will make food at home. Neither nor. Negative of either or. Pat does not like big cities. She does not also like small towns. She prefers small cities. Pat likes neither big cities nor small towns. She prefers small cities. Both and talk about two related things. My daughter takes ballet classes. She also takes karate classes. My daughter takes both ballet classes and karate classes. Not only but also. Tell about unexpected, not impressive things. We do not like to be late. We do not like to be absent. We do not like to be late but also not like to be absent. If then tell about something happening when something else happens. Bob graduates from college. He can apply for the job opening in Google. If Bob graduates from college, then he can apply for the job opening in Google. You must have heard about more link words that are also commonly used. You must understand the power of these link words that improve the meaning and effectiveness of sentences, reduce the total number of words, avoid repeated words, make the overall content of the article, letter, content impressive. So, carefully listen how the sentences are joined using the best link word. You do not have to remember them. When you have known them, you will understand when you listen to the others and when you practice yourself. You are advised to practice and improve on your written and spoken English. Let's see the examples. As explains a reason. I lived in a hostel. I learned to wash my clothes myself. As I lived in a hostel, I learned to wash my clothes myself. Inasmuch, extent of some action. He helps me to solve my problems. He can help. He helps me to solve the problems in as much as he can. Just as something happening incidentally. I reached Bangalore. I met an old friend. Just as I reached Bangalore, I met an old friend. Now, something else happens after something happens. They all arrived at the temple. They make the prayer. They all arrived at the temple now to make the prayer. Now that outcome of a decision. The travel is restricted. Anyone may be at home. Now that the travel is restricted, anyone may be at home. Once, tell that many things will wait. I complete a project, there is another one ready for me to take. Once I complete a project, there is another one ready for me to take. provided conditional statement. I will write the examination. I have studied the subject. I will write the examination provided I have studied the subject. That describes a subject. The service request is not within our scope. We do not attend to the service request. We do not attend to a service request that is not within our scope. Supposing action on assumptions. It will rain today. You may carry an umbrella. Supposing it will rain today, you may carry an umbrella. Whenever, repeated actions. She goes to temple. She contributes for charity. Whenever she goes to temple, she contributes for charity. Whereas, exceptions. Some people pay taxes on time promptly. Many other people do not pay. Some people pay taxes on time promptly, whereas many others do not. Wherever, always done. I go many places. I used to take my wife with me. Wherever I go, I used to take my wife with me. Okay, let us now learn some more link words which describes a subject. I do not know a good apple. I cannot choose. I do not know which apple is good to choose. Who? Choosing one among many. Some people are reliable. You should know these people. You should know who are the reliable people. Although exceptional happening. It is a holiday today. There are hardly anyone in the beach. Although it is a holiday today, there are hardly anyone in the beach. As if expresses a deliberate action. You are waiting before her. She pretended that she did not see. She pretended as if she did not see you waiting before her turn. As much as extent of a choice. You like sweets? I also like sweets. As much as you like sweets, I also like. Even. What is done more? You go to hometown even. You should meet old friends. When you go to hometown, you should even meet old friends. Even though unusual action. I knew the origin of corona. I traveled to China. I traveled to China even though I knew the origin of corona. If only. What could have been done? I had no choice. I would not have ventured to travel to Mexico. If only I had a choice, I would not have ventured to travel to Mexico. in order that. Tell why. Mary went to England. She could improve her spoken English. Mary went to England in order that she could improve her spoken English. You will now learn some more link words. List expresses an action on an assumption. He should follow me. I was afraid to open the door. I was afraid to open the door lest he should follow me. Now, since tells effect of an action. She is planting some trees now. They will give shade in the future. She is planting some trees now since they will give shade in the future. Now when expresses uncommon action. I exercise now. It is difficult. I exercise now when it is also difficult. Provided conditional activity. The individual's pledge property. Banks are ready to give loan. Banks are ready to give loan provided the individual's pledge property. Rather than compare one with another. We will be suffering in winter. We build a weatherproof house. We will rather build a weatherproof house than suffering in winter. So that tells why do something. You should have healthy food. You will remain fit forever. You should have healthy food so that you can remain fit forever. Consequently, tells what happens after an action. iPhone is still expensive. Not everyone can afford it. iPhone is still expensive, consequently, not everyone can afford it. Finally, concludes with an outcome. You stop Googling on your mobile, you save on spending on data. After you stop Googling on your mobile, finally, you save on spending on data. For example, mention a specific thing as an example. We can eat some fruit for little money. Banana is not expensive. We can eat some fruit for little money. For example, banana is not expensive. Furthermore, tell about what more done. He does extra work for overtime. He works for part-time in weekend. He does extra work for overtime. Furthermore, he works for part-time in the weekend. Some more words for you. Hence, justify an action. I spend too much money. I increase my earning by online working. I spend too much money, hence I increase my earning by online working. However, action Not much. You will have to work hard. Do not stretch too much. You will have to work hard, however, do not stretch too much. In addition, tells about more action. I go to tuition class. I also learn through online courses. I go to tuition class. In addition, I also go through online courses. In fact, expresses reality. Most people find online learning cheaper. It is also convenient. Most people find online learning cheaper. In fact, it is also convenient. Incidentally, express something happening also. She was attending online course. She also made some new friends. She was attending online course. Incidentally, she also made some new friends. Indeed, tell something real. Online learning is good. It is also easy. Online learning is indeed easy. Instead, doing something alternative. He went to evening tuition. He did not do learning online. He went to evening tuition instead of learning online. Likewise, tell about something similar. Online courses are not expensive. Self-study in library is also less expensive. Online courses are not expensive. Likewise, self-study in library is also less expensive. Meanwhile, express doing something extra. We decided to travel to London. We may visit Paris also. We decided to travel to London. Meanwhile, we may visit Paris also. After all, say something obvious. It takes very little time. It is easy to open a bank account. After all, it takes very little time to open a bank account. As a result, tell the outcome of something happening. Cost of smartphone is so much less. Many people buy them now. Cost of smartphone is so much less. As a result, many people buy now. Here are some more link word pairs to join sentences. As long as shows reason and the time. I was married, I have been happy. As long as I was married, I have been happy. As soon as tells what next. You remit in the cash counter, your account will be credited. As soon as you remit in cash counter, your account will be credited. As though, effect of something happening. Kannan found the elephant. He shouted loud. As though he only found the elephant. Kannan shouted loud. Even if independent activity. You do not board the train. it will depart on scheduled time. Even if you do not board the train, it will depart on the scheduled time. No sooner than the dog sees water, it keeps away from it. Sooner the dog sees water, it then keeps away from it. If then, tell about something happening when something else happens. Bob graduates from college. He can apply for the job opening in Google. If Bob graduates from college, then he can apply for the job opening in Google. Session summary. In this session, you learned about many link words. When to use every link word and the best example for each. Make understanding of the joining of sentences easy to learn. There are no grammatic jargons, and so there is no need to understand complex terminologies. Exercise for the session. Write one sentence and a related another sentence. Join the two sentences with any of the joining words that is suitable. Repeat this for at least 5 pairs of sentences. Verify correctness and correct if there are mistakes. All conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer them, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 12, Making Passive Voice Sentences. We have been seeing simple sentences. These sentences have a noun, a verb, and some more words. One of the words describing the action of the verb is known as object. For example, I study English book. English book is the object in this sentence. I is also known as subject. So, this active sentence is in the form of subject plus verb plus object, SVO. It is a common and most popular practice to write the sentence differently. English book is studied by me, OVS. This is a passive voice sentence. The meaning is the same, but the noun is changed. Why a passive voice sentence is used? To show interest in the person that experiences an action rather than the person that performs the action. It emphasizes the action and also creates a sense of anonymity as if there is no ownership. Subject verb object SVB is made as object verb subject OVS. Let us now look at the step by step process of converting an active voice sentence to a passive voice sentence. I study English book becomes English book is studied by me. Let us list the changes made to this sentence. 1. Object became the subject, the new noun. Subject became the object, the new object. The verb is changed from simple verb to an additional auxiliary verb in the same sentence plus past participle of the main verb. 4. A by is added. The additional auxiliary verb is either is, was, are, were, will be, have, has, had been, are, being, could have been, should have been, maybe, etc. Examples of making passive voice sentences for different types of sentences. I teach English. English is taught by me. We attend a class. A class is attended by us. You learn a language. A language is learned by you. He does not study the subject. The subject is not studied by him. They like the teaching. The teaching is liked by them. I studied a degree course in college. A degree course was studied by me in college. You did an engineering course in university, and engineering course was done by you in university. Newton discovered gravity. Gravity was discovered by Newton. She was making a clay doll. A clay doll was being made by her. I have planted two trees. Two trees have been planted by me. Wordsworth wrote wonderful poetries. Wonderful poetries were written by Wordsworth. Alfred Hitchcock made popular horror movies. Popular horror movies were made by Alfred Hitchcock. Soma will write an essay. An essay will be written by Soma. The teacher has taught English to the children. The children have been taught English by the teacher. You are playing guitar in church. The guitar is being played by you in church. Are people watching the web series in Amazon? Is the web series being watched by people in Amazon? Will the cat eat the pizza? Will the pizza be eaten by the cat? She did not make cake at home today. Cake was not made by her at home today. You may not do the ballet dance on the stage. Ballet dance may not be done by you on the stage. I will carry out whatever you want. Whatever you want will be carried out by me. Passive voice sentences without using by. You can write sentences in passive voice without explicitly referring to the subject or the agent. For example, the ball was rolled through the tube via or through or using or with or of, etc., can be used instead of by. More examples. Internet connection on this remote farm is provided via microwave. Construction of a new prison is financed through property taxes. The rescue team was brought in using a helicopter. The rescue team was brought in via airlift. He was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to notice anything wrong. Daniel was robbed of his car, briefcase, and mobile phone. I have been invited via an email. I have been informed of it on phone. My ticket has been confirmed through the agency appointed by the airlines. My decayed tooth was removed with the help of a dentist. You will find this kind of passive sentences extensively used in newspapers, articles, contents, reports, job advertisements, etc. We'll see some examples. News headlines briefly tell the news like Everest is conquered. News covered is a statement of an event such as The national flag was hoisted by the Prime Minister. Articles could explain certain information like investments in capital markets are done online. A content may narrate facts similar to the people in the state are required to vote on the election day within the stipulated time. Reports may cover a study like this. A study was carried out by a team of professionals to identify possible cause of the incident. Look at the content of an advertisement. The Taylor Weitzel newspapers have a rare opening for an advertisement sales representative. This sentence is converted to passive voice as an advertisement salesperson is required for the Taylor and Weitzel newspapers. This is made as a headline: Wanted advertising salesperson. Summary of the session: you learned to make active voice sentences as passive voice sentences. There are 4 steps to convert SVO sentence to OVS sentence. We can make passive voice sentences without an object or without using by. Passive voice sentences are extensively used in everyday life in all types of documents. So they are very essential part of English learning to understand and to practice. Exercise for the session. Carry out the conversion of the given sentences to passive voice. More important part of the exercise is for you to read a newspaper, a publication, an article, a story, or anything in common day-to-day life. You will realize that passive voice is an important part of learning English. Verify correctness and correct if there are mistakes. All conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer them, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach, share, or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 13, Indirect Speeches. You are seeing two women talking. Jasmine asks Maria.
How does John do his job?
Maria says,
He is good at his work.
this is a direct speech. There are some changes made when repeating a conversation. Let us see how these changes are made with examples of variety of sentences. Peter tells Kenny that Jasmine asked Maria, how did John do his job? And that Maria told her that he was good at his work. This is indirect speech. The essentials of the indirect speech are: reported or indirect speech is used to talk about the past. Changes to the spoken sentences are: 1. Inverted commas are removed. 2. The nouns of the spoken sentence are changed as if they are third persons. The tense of the verb is changed for the spokesman or the person who repeats what was said. Insert either of these for the three types of sentences. 1. For normal sentence, add that before repeating the spoken sentence. For a close-ended question, add if or whether before repeating the close-ended question. For an open-ended question, no need to insert any word before repeating the open-ended question. Examples of first type, the normal sentences: direct speech, indirect speech. The manager informed the employees, you should report to work on time. The manager informed the employees that they should report to work on time. You said to me, we may be late because we have to work late every day. You told me that they might be late because they had to work late every day. I replied, the company pays overtime and so you cannot be coming late every day. I replied that the company paid overtime and so they cannot be coming late every day. One of the employees answered me, you may increase the number of employees to avoid late working. One of the employees answered me that I might increase the number of employees to avoid late working. I explained, understand that adding more employees will affect the profit and the bonus for you. I explained that they should understand that adding more employees will affect the profit and the bonus for them. Women employees leader mentioned the management has no concern about the security of the women traveling after late work. Women employees leader mentioned that the management had no concern about the security of the women traveling after late work. Examples of second type close-ended questions. I asked Joseph, will you take the examination this year? I asked Joseph whether he would take the examinations this year. Joseph requested me, can you sponsor the fee? Joseph requested me if I could sponsor the fee. She asked me, did you have your lunch? She asked me whether I had my lunch. They asked you, do we take our lunch at 1 p.m.? They asked you if they took their lunch at 1 p.m. You questioned Joseph, do you not get free examination? You questioned Joseph whether he did not get free examination. I asked you, have you been to London? I asked you if you had been to London. Examples of third type open-ended questions. You asked Joseph, where do you write your examination? You asked Joseph, where did he write his examination? The examiner asked you, when did you remit the examination fee? The examiner asked you when you remitted the examination fee. I inquired with the examiner, how do I pay the fee? I inquired with the examiner, how to pay the fee. She questions him, what are you eating for lunch today? She questions him, what is he eating for the lunch today? We asked you, why did you have your lunch late? We asked you why you had your lunch late. Indirect speech focuses more on the content of what someone said rather than the exact words. We use reporting verbs like say, tell, ask. Say and tell. He said, I am tired. He told me that he was tired. Always use tell when you say who was being spoken to in an indirect speech. Talk and speak. Use these verbs to describe the action of communicating. She said, I am speaking on the telephone. She told me that she was talking on telephone. Summary of the session. Indirect speech is a repeat of a past direct speech. So, the nouns and verbs are changed accordingly. The three types of sentences in conversations are made indirect with appropriate insertions. Exercise for the session. Write at least 6 sentences that are normally spoken. Change them to indirect speech. Verify correctness and correct if there are mistakes. All conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer them, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session. Session 14. Perfect continuous sentences. Do you wonder why we learned this last? Because these are not very commonly used type of sentences. It may appear little complex, but it is not. It is as simple as making perfect sentence and continuous sentence from simple sentence. You have understood these from previous sessions already. So, I will just present examples and explain what are the important points to note when making perfect continuous sentences. Perfect continuous sentences in present tense. As you see these examples, you will find have representing perfect tense and been before the main verb with ing for continuous tense. These are the things you must recall to make perfect continuous sentences. Have you noticed that the present tense has is used in place of have for sentences that have single third person like he, she, it, or any single person by name? As you have seen before, if the sentences are negative, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. It is the same rule to make any sentence as a question. For close-ended questions, just move the first word of the verb words in the beginning of the sentence. For open-ended questions, add question like why, how, which, when, what, where, etc. at the beginning of the sentence as the first word. You also know that if the sentence is a negative sentence, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. Perfect continuous sentences in past tense. You are seeing had representing perfect tense and been before the main verb with ing for continuous tense. These are things that you must recall to make perfect continuous sentences. You also know that if the sentence is a negative sentence, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. Making any sentence as a question is same for the perfect continuous sentences also. For close-ended questions, move the first word of the verb words in the beginning of the sentence. You also know that if the sentence is a negative sentence, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. For open-ended questions, the questions like why, how, which, when, what, where, etc., must appear as the first word in the beginning of the sentence. Perfect continuous sentences in future tense will have is representing perfect tense and being before the main verb with ing for continuous sentence. These are things you are familiar with to make perfect continuous sentences. When sentence is a negative sentence, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. It is the same rule to make any sentence as a question. For close-ended questions, just move the first word of the verb to the beginning of the sentence. You also know that if the sentence is a negative sentence, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. For open-ended questions, add the questions like why, how, which, when, what, where, etc. as the first word in the beginning of the sentence. You also know that if the sentence is a negative sentence, the not must appear inside the multiple verb words. Summary of the session. Perfect continuous sentences are not common but occasionally used. Making the perfect continuous sentences is simple because the procedure is same. However, these are unlikely with auxiliary verb instead of a main verb. This learning makes your learning of sentence formation complete. Exercise for the session. Make one perfect continuous sentence in present, past and future tense. This will make 12 sentences. If you wish, you may do more for first person, second person and third person. Like INB, you, he, she, it and a name and they. You can verify your answers from the various tables that are in this session. Verify correctness and correct if there are mistakes. All conversations have questions and answers. If you are able to ask questions and answer them, you have crossed an important milestone in your journey to learning English. Please do not stop with the exercise. Go ahead and start practicing everything you learned so far. What next? Please recall what I said in the introduction. Learning English is like swimming. You must practice. The 4 things you should do for the practice are: 1. Make use. Use in business and in normal life, anywhere. Practice wherever you can with whatever you learned. 2. Read and listen. Read aloud from a book and listen to talks. Write. Make it a practice to write diary. You must write in English with whatever you learn every day. You may also write a letter, a story, a content, or anything in English. 4. Teach. Share or tell others what you learned. If you are doing these, your learning is complete and you can start the next session. You are now ready for the next session.